指揮官ですね。
ラインメタル
5 hour short to the star.
FG42 が着任しました。指揮官のもとでもっと鍛えてもらいたいです。
秘密兵器ティス到着。
私は64式消音短期間銃です。指揮官のもとで勉強できて光栄です。
ブラウニング M1918 よ。いい子に頑張るわよ。と言ってもまずは指揮官の力しっかり見せてもらうからね。指揮官、次の指示を。指揮官、今日の仕事はもう決めた？
そうだな。
指揮官、今日の仕事はもう決めた？
各数値の大幅な上昇、各数値の大幅な上昇を確認。指揮官様、各数値の大幅な上昇を各数値の大幅な上昇を確認。
指揮官、デスクをきれいにしといたよ。次の仕事はちょっと寝てからでもいい？
ハッピーマジックナイスクリティカルヒット。ハッピーマジックナイスクリティカルヒット。ハッピーマジックナイスクリティカルヒット。ハッピーマジックナイスクリティカルヒット。ハッピーマジックナイスクリティカルヒット。ハッピーマジックナイスクリティカルヒット。
罰ゲームを始めましょう。罰ゲームを始めましょう。罰ゲームを始めましょう。罰ゲームを始めましょう。
指揮官、今日の仕事はもう決めた？指揮官、今日の仕事はもう決めた？指揮官、次の指示を。
Hey, welcome to more. Anyways, I was doing my dailies to get rid of them. That should be fine. Mm. 15 minutes ago, inside the plant. This way. When did you scatter this powder? Squad Griffin swiftly and carefully ventures into the depths of the plant by following the path illuminated by the UV flashlights. Rosa is in the lead, studying the intermittent path and making sure she doesn't miss any figurative breadcrumb. It wasn't me. STR-15 and I worked out the signal together. So this is what the two of you were conspiring. Her fears were well founded. I have to hand it to the AR team. They're really a team of elites. What the hell is 404 doing? We still have no signal. Give them time, Deringer. We've never encountered this sort of jamming signal before. Probably uses the latest tech. But Rosa, the trail's broken. Path marked out by Star is cut off by a steel door. Rosa looks up with a scowl. Now, what do we do? We go around and find a way to get back to the original route. A series of quiet footsteps suddenly comes from around the corner up ahead. The members of Squad Griffin snap into attention and raise their weapon. Following the low, painful groan, a familiar figure comes into view, leaning heavily against the wall. Maclean? Squad Griffin, it's you. You're hurt. Fedorov moves up and checks Maclean's arm. You've lost so much blood. What happened? Where are the commander and the AR team? We got separated. The Paradise forces hid from Miss Dandelion's scans somehow. They ambushed us, and before the fighting started, the commander and I got separated from the AR team. You and the commander? So, where's the commander now? The commander's hurt. They can't move. I've put them in an empty room and come out to find help. Come with me. We'll go get the commander. Then we'll look for the AR team. I understand. Lead the way. Rosa eyes Maclean briefly before going up and offering her an arm to lean on. She helps Maclean's up and squeezes her on the shoulder. Thank you. You're welcome. With Maclean leading the way, Squad Griffin slowly proceeds down the quiet corridors. They can't move fast because of Maclean's condition. Did we pick up the pace a little? At this rate, the commander's going to be in danger. But Maclean's body... can't you just carry her or something? No, it's alright. We're almost there. Maclean smiles gently at Fedorov and shakes her head. Maclean, how did you and the commander get up here? What? You were ambushed and immediately lost contact with the AR team, right? According to the map, we're not too far from ground level of the plant. You must have been really lucky to get all the way up here, considering your injuries. Oh, that's because the commander wasn't hurt at first. The commander brought me up here, but when we ran into Paradise soldiers along the way. It was really close. It was a really close call, and the commander barely managed to escape with me. This still feels kind of strange to me. Deringer frowns. Does it? How so? Rosa comes to a halt, and because she stopped, the other members of Squad Griffin stop too, though they don't understand why. What's wrong, Rosa? Maclean. Is the commander really up ahead? Why wouldn't they be? You saw the map, right? There's an abandoned storeroom up ahead. The commander is in there. Yes, I did see the map, which is why I know this doesn't add up. The path you took to escape is simply too far from your original position. What are you getting at? How exactly did you get to the upper levels? And where are the commander and the AR team? Macklin looks a little taken aback by Barosa's questions. Then her expression softens, but she still doesn't look remotely like her usual self. Here I thought you trusted me. You would have to be trustworthy if we were to trust you. Barosa raises her gun. Where is the commander? Haven't I told you already? Macklin smiles as she whispers. The commander is in hell. Barosa, look out! What? Something slices through the air, headed straight for Barosa. Daringor, who almost saw this coming, pushes her aside. Hahaha, not bad, not bad. You actually dodged that. But how dare you dodge that, you piles of scrap metal? Amidst the peals of maniacal laughter, the petite Nito from before emerges from behind a wall. She loves walls. What the hell? Radiating an air of tremendous intimidation. Oh, there's only 5 of you. Are you, by any chance, looking down on me? She bursts into another bout of deranged laughter before stopping all of a sudden. But another look at Swat Griffin sends her temper flaring. Narcissus. The blades hovering around the girl quiver when Macklin says remain quiet. I really hate the way you dress. Behave, Narcissus. Finish your mission properly and I'll reward you. Should I kill you? Not for now. For some reason, adults find it even more unsettling to see this rabid dog suddenly behaving like a docile puppy. They stare at Narcissus, who is standing just a few feet away, yet none of them dares to fire the first shot at her. Adults do not feel fear. However, against this girl who's about the same size as Colibri, none of them can compute the possibility of a victory. So you really are. The sight of Macklin's smug face sends Barosa into a rage. Barosa's hail of gunfire is completely blocked by Narcissus' floating blades. He turns around, her puppy-like demeanor gone in an instant. You, how dare you bare your filthy fangs at Big Sister? Macklin, still smiling pompously, looks completely unfazed. She shakes her head and looks at Narcissus, who is trying to contain her anger. Now is the time to let the mad dog off its leash. I have things to do, Narcissus. Make sure you do a good job. Leave it to me, Big Sis. You heard her, right? Big Sis gave the order. Haha, now die for me and Paradeus. Barosa? Scatter, don't let her focus her attacks on you. Daringor, take cover. Don't you dare look down on me. Prepare for battle. One way or another, you'll have to settle things with her once and for all. Interesting. I mean, as soon as she started making up a fake story, I was like, well, that doesn't... It's definitely not Macklin. Since I haven't played this story in a while, I was like, wait, I'm kind of confused. Okay, so let's continue with that brain effect. Manja must escape the loop. Unable to move.
Mere, ゴミ掃除。もういい。任務完了。休む暇なんて。
Give me a. I'll be right back. I don't think I can move. Really.
ゴミ掃除。邪魔。命令。ゴミ掃除。邪魔。命令。ゴミ掃除。邪魔。
Oh shit. Oh, there goes the mesh.
命令。ゴミ掃除。もういい。
I wasn't she using it.
任務完了。
What the hell was that? Like, I was like, well, there's no second floor. I was like, what?命令。ゴミ掃除。もういい。任務完了。There's a little bit of RNG, right?
命令ゴミ掃除。もういい。任務完了。休む暇などありません。次の命令をください。
Apa guys kan?
命令ゴミ掃除。邪魔。命令ゴミ掃除。死ね。命令ゴミ掃除。邪魔。命令ゴミ掃除。邪魔。命令ゴミ掃除。死ね。命令ゴミ掃除。もういい。命令ゴミ掃除。死ね。命令ゴミ掃除。死ね。命令ゴミ掃除。死ね。もういい。チームの足を引っ張り申し訳ありませんでした。もういい。死ね。任務完了。命令ゴミ掃除。死ね。任務失敗。 命令ゴミ掃除死ね任務完了命令ゴミ掃除死ねもういい任務完了
I still don't get why the hell 94 is up there. You could have just,
ゴミ
I
掃
don't
除
know, single node or something. I don't think I have to fight.
邪魔
Yeah, right, like, Julia needs help.
死
And
ね
94 is busy, but in the mission, she's just like, yeah, I'm over here doing nothing.
任務完了
A trap? I'll be back real quick. Give me a minute. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, like she just teleported, basically. I forgot 5-7 was from this. Cancel. This might be the first death stack with no gunners. What the fuck? 8 million? Nice. Just for being an MTR contender, I believe. I bet.
行くぞ。己が手で運命の引き金を引くのだ。
It's the shed posting contest. Yeah, I think that statement made it pretty obvious. Okay, so Dandelion is still useless. I have a very bad feeling about this stack. So, that should be a mistake. It's not that bad. Funny how Ultron just disappeared. Basically replacement beats. Oh no, Appel is moving on it by itself. Okay. I mean, assuming this opens the gate, I think I want to say crack. Of course.
があれば決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら狙い撃つ。お前ごとき手伝ってあげる。
完全な勝利。
I really want to try out. Kind of lame.
正義の雨に裁かれろ。
ごめん、痛かよーし、これでバッチリです。勝負ありね。
正義の雨に裁かれろ。
Hi there, Craig. How's it going? I'm fine.
我は決して逃げぬ。
Just realized that there's some
解決できぬというのなら
immortal Narcissus.
この私いい考えがあるわ。手加減はしない。
油断した報いだ。
いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。
油断した報いだ。
動揺させられるとで完全な勝利。
復讐だ。受けるものか。
復讐のチャンス。
復讐だ。
敵の背ここはもうダメそうです。
正義に裁き。
あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか。逃げられるとでも。
そうか。受けるものか。
クリフィンだ。逃げられるとでも。変わるのかもう捨てました。
雨に裁かれろ。
邪魔をしないで。まだまだですよ。今の勝負ありね。まだまだですよ。ごめん、痛かった。ついてこられる。いただきー。負けないわよ。よーし、これでバッチリです。グッジョブ、みんなよく。
Oh. Oh, that sucks. Thanks anyways. Hope it gets better in your end. Indeed.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、この私はいい考えがあるわ。
いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげます。
That was great.
いいですよ。
Great moment.
あなたを見逃してあげますよ。無駄だ。
Wow.
完全な勝利。
正義の雨に裁かれろ。
邪魔をしないで。いただきー。ついてこられる。よーし、これでバッチリです。負けないわよ。あらら、ボロボロになっちゃいました。ごめん、その勝負ありね。
そこまでです。
もうすぐ終わるわ。邪魔をしないで。まだまだですよ。もうすぐ終わるわ。ごめん、痛かった？よーし、これでバッチリです。
その程度
ついてこられる？
簡単には。
まだまだですよ。
正義の雨に裁かれろ。 復讐だ。
敵の戦力がこっちに
いけるものか。復讐のチャンス。
逃げられるとでも。
Trying to move, but keep scrolling the fucking
復
screen.
讐だ。
敵の戦力ここがもうダメだ。
いけるものか。
哀れむ心にもう捨てました。
逃げられるとでも。クリフィンは絶対に負けない。
そうか。これをくれようと。復讐だ。これをくれようと。
ここがもう哀れむ心にもう捨てました。
クリフィンは絶対に負け。一時退却。メインフレーム。
復讐だ。
Hello, Caves, and welcome to the stream.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら
無駄だ。
いい考えがあるわ。雑魚に使う時間覚悟の感じられない関係だな。
完全な勝利。
みんなが望んだことなのか。
また充電しなきゃ。よし、行くよ。
陣形効率を計測中。
やっと始まるのだ。
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying not to use coalition echelons for the like story itself, but I mean these echelons are not like that big of a deal. I would do it only for the action turn, but I don't think you need that to beat it anyways. Yeah, I've run into some of those. Like at first the campaign's not too hard, then it gets creative, so to speak. I don't know if I should try even going for the S. Oh, you know, like,
復讐だ。
敵の戦力ここは抜けるものか。あなたに脊髄には必要ですか。
そうか。正義の裁きを受けてみろ。
逃げられるとでも。あなたに脊髄には必要ですか。
復讐だ。
敵の戦力ここはもうダメそうです。哀れむ心に手を捨てました。 犠牲になんてさせな
あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか？
それをくれようとも正義は必ずやってくる。
やったリム。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら油断した報いだ。この
手伝ってあげる。
狙い撃
いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。完全な勝利。
復讐だ。
一時退却。メインフレームを守り。
おいこれ哀れむ心によってもう捨てました。
復讐だ。
たとえ遅れようとも
一時退却。メインフレームを守り。
あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか？もう僕も私の大 戦力
復讐だ。
哀れむ心なんてもう捨てま
復讐だ。
よくもお洋服
このチャンスに蹴るものか。
敵の戦力グリフィンはあなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか？
復讐だ。
負けるものあなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか？
たとえ遅れようとも。復讐だ。
ここはもう敵の戦力が
哀れむ心なんてもう捨てました。
遅れようと。
グリフィンは絶対に一時退却メインフレームを守り抜いて。
復讐だ。
I'm not expecting to beat this stack on this, but
お前の罪復讐のチャンス。
I'm trying to see if I can get RNG on
復讐だ。
Pro.
敵の戦力がここはもう
お前の罪を数復讐のチャンス。誰も犠牲になんてさせない。たとえ遅れようとも。
グリフィンは絶対一時退却メインフレームを守り抜いて。
復讐だ。
ここはね
正義の裁きを。
あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか？
たとえ遅れようとも。正義は必ずやってくる。
グリフィンは絶対に負けない。一時退却メインフレームを守り抜いて。
復讐だ。
敵の戦国
負けるものか。
復讐のチャンス。逃げられるとでも？
たとえ遅れようとも。
グリフィンは一時退却メインフレームを守り抜く。
復讐だ。
敵のここはもうダメそう。
負けるものか。
あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか？
このチャンスを逃しはしない。たとえ遅れ。
グリフィンは絶対に一時退却メインフレーム。
復讐だ。たとえ遅れようとも。
ここはもうダメそう。
哀れむ心なんてもう捨てました。
よくも敵の戦力がこちら。グリフィンは絶対に一時退却メイン
復讐だ。たとえ遅れよう。
一時退却メインフレームを守り抜いて。あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか？これ結構効きますよ。敵の戦力が入っている。至急ここはもうダメそうです。あなたに脊髄なんか。
復讐だ。たとえ遅れよう。
一時退却メインフレームを守
哀れむ心なんてもう捨てました。
敵の大変。ここはもうダメそうです。
復讐だ。
一時退却あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか？弾薬を無駄にしたくはありませんので。もう安心ですね。よくも私の敵の戦力が大変。至急
復讐のチャンス。復讐だ。たとえ遅れようとも。
一時退却メインフレームを守り抜いて。あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか？弾薬を。もう安心ですね。大変。至急でここはもうダメそうです。敵の戦力がこちらの。
復讐だ。負けるものか。復讐だ。
敵の戦力がこちらの。
復讐だ。
一時退却
たとえ遅れ
フレームを守りな
哀れむ心なんてもう捨てました。もう安心ですロックは。敵の線が入っている。スキューター、ここはもうダメそう。復讐のチャンス。
復讐だ。たとえ遅れようとも。
哀れむ心なんてもう捨てました。もう安心ですねロックは。大変。ここは敵の戦力がこちらの想定をはるかに上回っ。
復讐だ。たとえ遅れようとも。正義は必ず復讐のチャンス。
弾薬を無駄にしたくはありませんので。大変。これ結構効きますよ。ここはもうロックは。敵の戦力がこちらの想定をは。
復讐のチャンス。覚醒した私でも復讐だ。たとえ遅れようとも。
一時退却。メインフレームを
哀れむ心なんてもう捨てました。もう安心ですね。敵の戦力が入っている。スキューターでここはもうダメそうです。
復讐だ。たとえ遅
They're
れ
just gonna kill me
メイン
if
フ
I'm
レ
this
ームを
quickly.
守り抜いて。
あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか。これ結構大変。スキューターでもここはもうダメそうです。あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか。
覚醒した私でもダメだったのか。
I mean, I keep trying. Shit.
私はまだ。でも
Ah, never mind. It was also like it was me. I misclicked. Like, most likely I could have taken out this stack. That rogue still had like maybe 2 or 3 more dumplings. Can't say it was falling apart after that, but would have most likely done this.
「始まるのね」
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、
この自分のことを信じてあげて。
Oh, never mind. I was thinking of sacrificing this time, but then she's gone. In this session. Well, I think on the first turn I could probably do this. I'm showing this as start, but could move this echelon here. I'm sure this one by surrounding. Because it's gonna be a gunner, it shouldn't be a problem. This echelon. Problem would be this time. Although I think
復讐だ。敵の正義の復讐のチャンス。このチャンスを逃しはしない。グリフィンはそうか。負けるものか。このチャンスを逃しはしない。哀れむ心に覚醒した私でも復讐だ。お前敵の正義一時復讐のチャンス。皆さん私が守ります。大変支給手当を。
正義の裁きを受けてみろ。
あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか。ここそうか。違うか。復讐だ。敵の戦力のここがもうお前の罪変わるの心にもう捨てました。絶対にそうか。お前の罪数える。逃げられるとでも復讐のチャンス。復讐だ。敵の戦力がここがもうダメそう。
正義の裁き
哀れむ心にもう捨てました。グリフィンは絶対に負けない。負けるものか。このチャンスを逃しは
ありません。ここはもうダメそうです。
復讐だ。一時退却。メインフレームを守り抜いて。それをくれようとも。復讐のチャンス。
お洋服のセンスがなって安心です。大変。
復讐だ。一時退却。負けるものか。復讐のチャンス。
これ結構効きますよ。大変。
お前の罪を数える。
哀れむ心なんてどう捨てました。
復讐だ。一時退却。お前
敵の戦力が
復讐のチャンス。
安心ですね。大変。スキル手当を。
正義の裁きを打つのそうか。
哀れむ心なんて覚醒した私でもここはもうダメ。
復讐だ。
敵の戦力が
一時退却。負けるものか。復讐のチャンス。
安心ですね。
負けるものか。
皆さん
復讐のチャンス。
はい。
覚醒した。それをくれようとも。復讐だ。
敵の戦力がこちらの想定をはるかに
負けるものか。
哀れむ心なんてもう捨てました。
覚醒した私でも。
グリフィ正義の裁きを受けてみろ。
このチャンスの一時退却。
哀れむ心なんてもう捨てました。
復讐だ。
敵の戦力がこちらの想定をはるかに上回っています。絶対です。皆さん
誰も負けるものか。一時退却。復讐のチャンス。
正義の裁きを受けてみろ。
斜めの脊髄には必要ですか。
復讐だ。
およ
ものか。一時退却。
ここはもうダメそうです。あなたの脊髄には必要ですか。弾薬を無駄に。
正義の裁きを受けてみろ。
あなたの脊髄には必要ですか。敵の戦力がこちらの。
それをくれようとも。覚醒した私でもダメだったのか。復讐だ。
正義の裁きを。
ここはもうダメそう。
一時退復讐のチャンス。お前の罪。
弾薬を無駄にしたくはありませんので。あなたの脊髄には必要ですか。
それをくれようと。
正義は必ずやってくる。
復讐だ。これ誰も犠牲になる。
ここはもう
一時退却。
哀れむ心なんてもう捨てました。
そうか。
は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、お前ごときいい考えがあるわ。
手加減はしない。
狙い撃つ。
いいですよ、あなたを見逃してあげますよ。
油断した報いだ。
敗北からの巻き返し。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、油断したお前ごときが自分のことを信じてあげて。油断
いいですよ、あなたを見逃してあげますよ。
お前ごときが
敗北からの巻き返し。さすが指揮官です。
正義の雨に裁かれろ。
いただき。苦しみから解き放ってあげよう。この2発で十分。
まだまだですよ。
誰にも失望させないから。
いないようですね。一体した。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、この私は
自分のことを信じてあげて。
油断した報いだ。
お墓を作ってありますよ。礼には及びません。完全な勝利。
I mean, the mission itself is not enjoyable anyway. Like, it's not even a bad mission, it's just, why make this unit invulnerable? Like, plain design. Just give her like a super strong stack instead of just like, oh no, she's immune.
雨に裁かれろ。
まだまだですよ。私はもう変わったんだ。
ない。まだまだですよ。誰にも失望させないから。どうやらまだ万全な準備ができていないようですね。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬという。我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら。
敵の戦力がここはもうダメそうな獣か。あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか？
逃げられるとでも。復讐だ。
敵のここはもうダメそうです。
復讐のチャンス。誰も犠牲になんてさせない。
正義の裁きを受けてみろ。
逃げられるとでも。
あなたに脊髄なんか必要ですか？やった。
正義の雨に裁かれろ。
よーし、これでバッチリです。
私の目的はたった一つ。私にできるのはこれしかない。私にできるのはこれしかない。今ならまだ
上場借用。
私の目的はたった一つ。誰にも失望させないから。
I confused this stab with some other stab.
讐だ
Forget it.
復讐だ
Can't wait for it to say 99%. It's not what I wanted to happen. I would ask to open the door. I was like, oh well, next turn I'll just rush into command post.
正義の雨に裁かれろ。
いただき私の目的はたった一つこの2発で十分これでバッチリです誰にも失望させないから指揮官今
我が決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら
無駄だいい考えがあるわ
狙い撃つ。
お腹を作ってありますよ普通には言えませんそんな動揺させられるいいですよあなたを見逃してあげますよ手伝ってあげる幸運に思います敗北からのマギか
I was about to lose my mind. Hey Zed, yeah, but I'm not trying to use Coalition Echelon this campaign.
任務完了。ご報告いたします。指揮官様、行ってきます。あ、指揮官、今日の仕事はもう決めた？
指揮官、デスクをきれいにしといたよ。次の仕事はちょっと寝てからでもいい？
I'll be back real quick. I'm back. Okay, so there we go. Every Paradise trooper she guns down, 3 more takes its place. Why? A large swarm of Paradise units have entered to seal off Anji's escape route, as if they've been hiding in the mansion from the very start. She has already given up on getting out through the front doors and is planning to smash the first window she sees. But these white troopers that are closing in towards her clearly don't intend to give her that chance. Before they came inside, both 15 and 16 had said there was no danger. RBK. Target detected. Go to hell. Surprised they speak though. Aren't they like Elid Silvers? Most of them at least, like the Strelets. As they're smashing the glass with her bionic arm, Anji grabs the disused fire axe without thinking and it buries it straight into the head of an incoming Strelet. Yeah, like why would Strelet speak? The Strelet falls limply onto its knees, but 2 more appear behind him in the hallway. The bullets impact near Anji's feet. She raises her pistol and fires accurately into their helmets. Dark, thick blood oozes out from the bullet holes, but Strelets merely lurch before raising their weapons. This distance, even with a clean shot in the head, Anji still can't shoot them down with a pistol of this caliber. Damn it. Anji turns and flees. Luckily, she wonders if that's even the word. These guys seem to be holding back when firing on her. They are definitely trying to avoid killing her. All their shots are aimed at non-fatal spots. Some even shoot at the floor right by her feet. It's not that hard to figure out what kind of order they've been given. You want me alive, huh? If she'd known the mansion was a trap, she would have chosen to stay with 15. A single lapse of judgment has led Anji into this difficult position. There's nothing but static on her communicator. You can't tell what the situation is with 94. On the other hand, Explosions erupt periodically to the west. It's pretty easy to pinpoint 15. Charging out tight could be risky. It may be better to double back and regroup with 15. You won't lose. Target detected. Trap. Turning a corner, Anji runs straight into 2 more Strelets. Anji raises her pistol instinctively, but her enemies are faster this time. The bullet hits the pistol in her hand, shockwave numbing her fingers. The pistol is sent flying from her grip, and the barrel is completely distorted. Meanwhile, the other Strelet has now its weapon trained on Anji. Its finger rests on the trigger threatening. Anji stumbles back a few steps until her back is up against the wall. She has been cornered. An ear-splitting gunshot rings out from behind the Strelets, and the powerful impact blows the one aiming at Anji into 2 halves right at the waist. A sudden explosion of gore and armor fragments startles the other Strelet, and that moment of shock is all it takes. Its brains are now splattered on the floor. Sanjay, when did you start wielding a 512? When I first realized pistols won't do much to these guys. Well, we'll chat later. We've got to get out as quickly as we can. Where's 94? Gray is here with Nitos and her forces. All my men are dead. Round 94 is slowing them down to buy us some time. Anji understands right away. It's a trap, and they've fallen straight into it. 16 is her subordinate, but she did not find out about her treachery until it was too late. Anji is responsible for the deaths of Light's subordinates. Sanjay? We're out of time, we must go now. Light looks at Anji, who is still rooted to the spot, and implores urgently. I know. Her hand is still shaking. How do you plan to get us out? Comms are down. We've probably been jammed again. But the range of the interference must be limited. There are a lot of private access areas in the neighborhood. We'll be able to call for help once we make it out of the mansion. That's if we can make it out at all. We'll be fine. They can't stop us, and Aramis 15 and 16. I can finally put a finger on what exactly has been bothering him since a while ago. Why is Anji all by herself? 15 is fighting 16. We're on our own. There. Light looks aghast. He soon figures it out. In any case, this isn't the time to talk. I took note of the nearest exit when I came in. Let's go. Right. Anji nods. Light reloads his shotgun and takes a lead. The moment he turns, Anji catches a glimpse of Gray. Watch out! That's interesting. What? The sharp blade slices through both the 15, the 512, and Light's body. Without splitting even a single drop of blood, the glinting blade holds just centimeters away from Anji. Light cannot even react in time. There you are. Alia? Miss Anji, run. Gray retracts her tail without sparing a glance for the prey whose arm she has just cleaved off. Light calls out to Anji hoarsely. There is a massive gaping wound on the left side of his torso. Blood starts gushing out of his shoulder like a fountain. His arm is dangling precariously from his torso by a single piece of skin next to the rib cage. It's way too descriptive. The blood splashes onto Anji's face. Finally, he collapses onto the floor like a rag doll. And Anji's shattered heart falls along with him. Well, that sucks. It's quite harsh. And I'm not gonna lie either about this. Fucking Morbius memes. Anyways. How dare you? How dare you hurt me with these bullets? What kind of monster is this? I'd rather fight one of those Soviet sinner mechs. Of course, handgun stuff. It hit her with an EMP grenade, but not only did it not cripple her, I think we just made her even angrier. Damn it. Savage raises her gun and puts an accurate shot between Narcissus' eyes. Well done! Good job! Wait, look closely. Ow, that hurt you, bitch! It was completely ineffective? Savage, look out! Oh god. With a flash of cold radiance, Narcissus' blade slices the piece of cover Savage was using neatly in half. Yeah, I mean, I guess what they did was take out her blade and then she just goes assassin mode. This is ridiculous. Taking cover is pointless. Calm down. We should have known how this would end when the EMP grenades failed. We're no match for her. Prepare to fall back. Fall back to where? Squad Griffin mounts a fighting retreat, but none of the obstacles they find can slow Narcissus for even a moment. She is simply too strong to be considered an individual combatant. Rosa grits her teeth. There is no point in prolonging this fight. They need to think of a way to escape from her. They're regrouping with the AR team. Sub 2! Oh god. Take this. What? Intense gunfire suddenly erupts from behind Narcissus, and a hail of bullets rains down on her, taking her by surprise. Rosa! It's you. Narcissus turns around, her vicious glare directed straight at Dandelion. At the same time, there is a thermal spike from the floating blades near her. What the hell was that? What? Those things... So they're not just blades then. She was just toying with us before. Rosa, where's 404? You're trying to deal with the jammers. Alright, got it. Run, Commander. This Nito is too strong. We'll be wiped out. I can see that, but the choice isn't up to us. You think you can escape? If I captured you, Father will reward Big Sis. And Big Sis will reward me in turn. What a convoluted reward system. I'm surprised your brain can understand something so complicated. Dandelion looks past Narcissus where Squad Griffin is. Commander, the exit is over there. Then we'll have to get past her. You can coordinate with Squad Griffin. Flank her from front and back. Looks like we have no choice. Rosa? Yes, Commander. I don't have to say a word, and Rosa immediately catches on. She raises a hand to signal her team members. Colibri, Savage, we're on point. We need to draw her fire. Her fire, huh? I can't even bring myself to laugh at that. We need to get through this, no matter what. Bro, try and get close to her. Trying to get close and take her out in close combat. Bro nods. Got it. 15, sub 2? Doesn't take long to put a plan together. Before Narcissus can attack again, before Griffin throws themselves into her fire. Get lost, you thinking ant. I've got no time to play with you. Two elite teams move with perfect coordination, steadily closing in on Narcissus. Doritos chip? You don't make me laugh. You think you can take me out with such simple tactics? You can't even compare to Big Sis's toe. Narcissus bellows furiously, and as she does, they can also hear the approaching footsteps of more Paradeus soldiers coming from the corridor behind the commander. What the heck is her attack? Find her floating blades. What? Sub-2's instincts compel her to duck just an instant before Narcissus' floating blades collide with her. The alloy arm that has once ripped apart countless Sangus units make the slightest contact with the floating blade, literally just a graze, before Sub-2 promptly dodges the attack. It all happens in just a fraction of a second, as her arm now sports a crack. Oh, come on, that's just cheating. Their assault may not have been done any meaningful damage to Narcissus, but it has created an opening for the commander and Dandelion to get past her blockade. In this moment, the AR team and Squad Griffin have truly combined forces, and in this moment of perfect synchronicity, Barossa speaks her mind. We don't stand a chance of a protracted battle. What do you have in mind? Narcissus is bad enough as is. At this rate, none of us will be leaving this place. What are you? Barossa's words awaken certain memories in the community. No, I do not approve. I will never abandon you. Barossa, things aren't that dire yet. It isn't up for discussion. This is the only thing we can do. We can't possibly hold off a Paradeus force of this magnitude. This is not despair talking, but a lucid, informed decision. We're leaving the commander in your hands. Barossa. Barossa looks back at the commander. Commander, I am very grateful for your compassion, but this is a unanimous decision of Squad Griffin. Let us stay behind to delay it. Why? Why do you have to do this? You can work with the AR team when we can escape together. Haven't you seen how powerful Narcissus is? Not even AR team can stand up to her. We can't all get out of this just with a lot of us. Are you quite done yet? We can't hold out much longer. The Earl's order is to obey all your commands. Your safety supersedes that order, as does Miss Dandelion's, as well as the AR teams. Everyone in Squad Griffin has been KIA over 10 times, but the AR team is different. You don't get to live again. And if Miss Dandelion falls into Paradeus' hands, our lives wouldn't be enough to make up for that failure. I'm not narrating, Boom. Nice try. I would rather see your face again when I open my ass into the crypt, as opposed to surviving this fight but never seeing my comments again. Don't look at us like that. We might catch up with you guys right away. And give us some credit. If we get serious, we may actually be stronger than the AR team. Please go, Commander. We are prepared for this. Commander, are we really going to abandon them? You don't think you can escape from me? Just go already. Commander. AR team, retreat. Commander grits their teeth and makes the final decision. But hurry up and go. Don't waste the time they're buying for us. Son of a bitch. Star? Huh? Rosa smacks herself on the shoulder. We met that woman. She tricked us. The proof is on her shoulder. Got it. After exchanging a final glance with Star, Barossa turns back and leads Squad Griffin in charge towards Narcissus. I'm guessing it's safe to assume that Maclean is dead. Just like when Morido replaced, I think it was Chairwoman's secretary or something like that. I can't remember. Which, jeez. Crying death left and right. As the gunshots gradually died down behind them, the commander and Dandelion advanced silently through the confusing layout of the drug plant, protected by the AR team. Commander, sorry, Ro. My delay cost us a lot of time. No, that is something you would do. The layout here has changed too much. We can't find a path that leads upward. We don't have much time. If we don't find a way up, then Squad Griffin will have to sacrifice themselves in vain. Can't we just blow up the ceiling? Of course not. Who knows what's on top of us? What if we cause a chain reaction of cave-ins and traps us there? Traps us here. Also, we don't have enough explosives to destroy such a sturdy wall. If we delay any longer, Paradise pursuers will catch up and we'll all die here. The commander clenches their teeth and punches the wall in the corridor. God damn it. Yeah, but I would expect that from Star, like, he's the demolitions expert. As though in response, a gentle knocking comes from the other side of the wall. Who's that? Robin? Is that you, Robin? Can you hear me? Macklin? Star chambers around immediately. Wait, 15. What are you waiting for? You still think she's innocent at this point? Really? Listen up. I think Perosa and the others were tricked by her. How do you know that? I just know, and I have proof. Proof? What proof? Robin! Robin! Macklin starts pounding the wall, and the frantic beat interrupts the commander's train of thought. The commander hesitates for a second before knocking on the wall by way of response. Macklin, where are you? I'm in the passage on the other side. Follow the sound of my voice. Commander? Go over and take a look. Yes. Ro nods and creeps slowly along the wall, following Macklin's voice. Yes, over here, Robin. There should be a secret door on this wall. Push the switch for about 15 seconds and it'll open up. The exit is here. Come in after you open it. I'll lead you out. Do you want me to KO her? Don't be hasty. Let's hear her out first. I'm still thinking. Ro feels around on the wall as directed and finds the switch on the hidden. After pressing down on it, the wall in front of her opens slowly. Ro leads the way in. The only person inside the empty secret passage is Macklin, who is leaning against the wall and cradling several vials in her arm. Robin. She looks very weak. One arm hangs limply. Her wounds have already scabbed over, but it's clear that she has lost an incredible amount of blood. It's the serum. Dandelion whispers to the commander when she sees what Macklin is holding. Macklin, how did you get here? This place hasn't changed too much. Someone had tampered with the blood extraction device to capture me, but I managed to avoid the Paradeus troops with my knowledge of the place. But since I couldn't find you, I had to keep running up, till I ended up here. You really think we'll believe that? At least put some effort into making up your pathetic lies. I'm not lying. Please, will you believe me, Robin? Macklin directs a pleading look at the commander. Pants heavily as she speaks. Her feebleness doesn't seem to be an act. It looks like she might collapse at any time if she weren't leaning against a wall. Can't you hear the falseness in her lies? Thanks to you, we're surrounded and in danger, while Squad Griffin's fate hangs in the balance. We have no reason to believe you unless you provide a convincing reason. The commander was so nice to you. Why did you even come back after sneaking off by yourself? Commander. Dandelion, what do you think? If Lunacia were here, I know she would trust her. Huh? Why are you bringing on M4 at a time like this? Do you disagree? In any case, I don't trust her. Robin, you once promised you would trust me. And I also promised I would get you out of this place. I mean, she is calling me Robin, so I believe you. Where's the exit? Commander! Star gapes at the commander with abject disbelief. Macklin breathes a sigh of relief and gives the commander a grateful look, all the while struggling to keep herself upright. The commander is about to reach out when Star steps in and blocks everyone's path. Commander, there's really is something fishy about her. Didn't you say you have proof, 15? If you don't disagree with my decision, show me your evidence. Fine. I'll show you all right now. Star takes a UV light out of her waist pouch. What's that? Look closely now. Star points the UV light at Macklin and turns it on. Huh? She directs the beam onto Macklin's shoulder. However, even under UV light, Macklin's shoulder is still clean. 15? No way. It can't be. Lunasia would have laughed at this. Shut up! This can't be right. Perosa clearly gave me a hit back then. Stop wasting time. Stop to help her out. Macklin, get us out of here. Give me your hand. Okay. While Star is still reeling from the shock, the group is ready to move out. Sub-2's taking some of her weight and all the vials handed over to Ro, Macklin hobbles up to the front of the group. With Macklin leading the way, their progress is much faster. As she has promised, she is intimately familiar with the mechanisms in this facility. Commander looks up. The surroundings are now familiar to even the commander. Star is still seething in silence, as she has been shining her UV light around all this time until the illumination shows that the group is moving along a familiar trail. At this point, even AR-15 has to admit that they're almost at the exit. Dandelion? We haven't fully left the jamming radius yet. Once we get out of here, we'll be fine no matter how many Predators units come at us. We're about to succeed. Macklin? Thank you, Robin. What? Thank you for believing in me. We made a promise. Yeah, and I promised I'd give you the serum. You did. I also promised that I'd get you out of here. You're doing that right now. Macklin smiles weakly. Then with energy that seemingly conjures out of nowhere, she skips a few steps forward in excitement. We're almost there, Robin. Look! Macklin points ahead. Natural light is coming in through the entrance up ahead, beckoning to them like a lighthouse. Macklin turns around and spreads her arm, displaying her joy like an ordinary girl. Sight also puts the commander at more ease, and they smile back at Macklin. Just a few more steps, the mission will be... A familiar sound suddenly comes from the end of the corridor. AR-15 holds up her UV flashlight and shines beam forward. She shines the beam. For just a moment, the commander's breath catches in their throat. Macklin! Bro. Macklin doesn't even realize what has happened. Those nightmarish footsteps, which have always tormented her, have now arrived behind her. Got you at last, my dear big sister. Limbs, segmented like spider legs, reach out from behind Macklin, pinning her arms in place and stabbing her through the chest. A face which looks completely identical to Macklin emerges from beside her, gently pressing her chin on the cheek of the steadily weakening Macklin. That bewitching smile is definitely not an expression which could ever be found on the Macklin that the commander knows. We don't feel so apart when we're in each other's embrace, don't you think? No matter how many times we embrace each other. But you will never close the distance between us. My dear sister, you are ever so stubborn, still refusing to reconcile with me even in death. But that's fine. Go in peace. I will send off everyone close to you to keep you company, one by one. Macklin looks at the commander. Robin. Macklin's body twitches slightly, and streams of tears flow from her eyes. The exit's just up ahead. Oh, how pitiful. Massive cybernetic limbs retract. Macklin's last words lodge in her throat, inaudible. They can only be vaguely guessed from the shape of her lips. Thank you, Robin. Morido! And as Macklin falls, the fluorescent powder on Morido's shoulder glows with brilliant, dazzling intensity. god. Because William is Yoko Taro. Yoko Taro in disguise. Oh, there's that. Although, to be fair, I wouldn't consider Sangvis like bad guys. Amid the smoke and dust thrown up by the explosion, 15's eyes glow red like hellfire. And I trusted you. Oh god, I just realized. That's like Captain Price. So trusted you. He raises her rifle and unleashes a barrage on the nimble figure that flits past her, shattering all the vases and paintings along the way. 12 trusted you. In this enclosed space, she can't take full advantage of her assault rifle, especially when her opponent is slippery like an eel. The alarming noise by 15's feet sounds almost like a mockery. I also trusted you. 15 stomps on the floorboards before they explode and propels her massive form up into the air. The moment she lands, she charges straight at the wall with her arms braced in front of her face. The fragile wooden wall breaks into pieces as the doll bulldozes it. 16 throws another. So is this like 16 mod or something? Grenade throwing? Why did you? Because I'm weaker than you and 12? That made you lower your guard, didn't it? 16 watches as the ferocious beast lunges at her and lets out a peal of shrill laughter. Look at you, so adorable. How long will it take you to overcome a failure? Two dolls raise their weapons almost simultaneously. The duet of gunshots echoes through the confined room. No one dares intervene in this battle between two dolls. No matter how hard 15 tries to keep up, 16 always manages to detonate mines hidden in her blind spots. No matter how hard 16 tries to run, 15 always spots her through the walls. Oh dear. Her trigger produces an unpleasant click. 16 immediately realizes that she has depleted her drum magazine. This mistake has not escaped 15's eyes. However, while 15 pulls her trigger, her trusty rifle also produces the same sound. Again, the two dolls arrive at the same conclusion almost simultaneously. They throw their now useless weapons at each other without hesitation. 16 draws her pistol from her holster and draws on her waist. However, before she can aim properly, 15, who has also been reaching for her own pistol, has suddenly closed in on her and grabbed her by the wrist. Watch your feet. Anticipating 15's move, 16 holds onto 15's arms and plants her legs firmly before she gets stripped. Fury in 15's eyes burns even more vehemently as 16 struggles. What? All of a sudden, 16 finds her legs dangling off the ground. The next second, the world is upside down. Did I rhyme intentionally? With sheer brute force, 15 throws 16 onto the floor over her shoulder. 16 can almost hear the ominous fizzling noise in her central processing unit. 15 punches 16 in the face without holding back at all. 16 can tell from her ringing ears that her former partner is showing absolutely no mercy. Her gun-wielding arm is pinned under 15's knee. As a heavy weight suddenly descends upon her, 16 soon realizes the truth. She's at 15's mercy. She is still reeling from the momentary blackout, but her other arm is reacting on its own. She grabs a hold of 15's hand, which is pulling at the collar on her neck. My, you're thirsty. Already pawing at a lady's neck like that? I will not give you the chance to hack me. How ruthless. But it's true, I don't stand a chance against you in the terms of physical specs. I'll retrieve your core and formatize your neural cloud. Yes, kill me, 15. Do what you want to do. This is how things are destined to end between us. You will be reborn, fixed. Are you going to wipe all my memories? You can't do that unless you kill me and destroy my neural cloud completely. No one has access to my base layer. It's thoroughly sealed. This is the curse that Shaw has placed on me. Do you know what she calls me? Pandora. 16 howls with her hysterical laughter, as if she were not the one who's under restraint. 15 looks down at her face still blank, but the hand wrapped around 16's collar tightens a little more. You and I are like moths circling around a flame. One of us is bound to burn. I've always hated your nonsensical rambling. But you've changed, haven't you? In the past, you would have shot me before I could even get 3 words out. 16 sneers at her former partner, who's still straddling. She's right. 15 thinks to herself as she reaches for her pistol. 16 is a master of deception and trickery, and right now, he has no time for that kind of nonsense. Just shoot her in the head, rip out a core, and go back to Anjay. Looking at 16's deranged grin, she steels herself for what she is about to do. A streak of gray comes flying in from her blind spot. Jean dodges as quickly as she can. A feeling of emptiness came from her right arm. From her right, and her heart sinks. Not good. Her silver arm has been tossed into the air, the hydraulic fluid forming an arc as it splashes out. 15 presses a hand on her right shoulder and positions herself against the wall, ready to take on the new enemy. After spiraling several times, her right arm finally falls onto the floor, her fingers still gripping her MP43. A lady should always maintain her poise and dignity. Don't let others put a price on you, Pandora. I did my best, Miss Gray. 16's gaze slides towards the seemingly unconscious Anjay, wrapped tightly in Gray's tail. 15. Oh dear, you're still awake. Anjay, I will put this on your tab. Gray looks even more magnificent in her current form. An impressive-looking blade protrudes from between the middle and ring fingers each of her hands. The claws are twice as long as her head. These claws are what she used to slice off 15's arm so swiftly and accurately. I'll make sure you get a bargain. 16 gets unsteadily to her feet. She raises her right arm, which doesn't seem too responsive. 15 managed to break her wrist with her grip. Did you kill 94? 94? Oh, you mean that little mouse. I believe she's a cat, but I mean, she loves cats. No, I let her escape. She isn't worth the effort. True. Without 12, she's nothing. 94 mod 3. Oof. 16 smiles. While Gray and 16 start having a conversation as if they were alone, 15 studies Anjay carefully. She is still alive, but in terrible condition. She was already bruised and battered by the Stacy's interrogation. She never got the chance to rest properly during the past few days. Now, her ribs are broken, and she is suffering from organ laceration. Her date with Gray clearly did not go well. 94 is still somewhere in the mansion. Clutching her empty right shoulder, 15 redirects her attention to Gray and draws her combat knife with her remaining hand. Her inconspicuous movement does not escape Gray's notice. Pandora, look at your partner. She's still got some fighting. Gray flexes her tail Derisively, tightens her grip on Anje. Anje lets out a groan, but 15 is still as impatient as ever. There's something I forgot to warn you about. Please watch your tone, but I'm in a good mood, so go ahead. 15 is the most powerful doll in the entire Neo-Soviet Union. Is she now? That sounds positive. 15 causes an actual sonic boom as she takes off. She closes 3-meter distance faster than the eye can see. Holy shit! Gray is prepared, but even then she is taken by surprise. However, enticing. 15's body slams right into Gray's massive claw. Her shoulder is impaled from the front to back. More hydraulic fluid gushes out. Aww. Gray watches the struggles of her prey and lets out a pitying sigh. But what happens next leaves her utterly gobsmacked. The blade has pierced 15's body, but she does not stop. The tip, the blade, the handle, the palm, the forearm, the upper arm. Before Gray can react to what is happening, her entire arm is sticking through AK-15's body. Which also means that 15 is now looming right in front of her. The doll's eyes glint with red with raging fury. The sharp combat knife hacks at Gray's tail. No you don't, 15. As if expecting it, 16 raises her pistol and shoots 15 accurately on the hand before the knife can hit its mark. A round of that caliber does little to damage 15, but it's enough to stop her attack. 15 lets out a roar as she changes tactics. She drops her knife and instead grabs a hold of Gray's arm. Her bloody hand leaves crimson stains on Gray's snowy white sleeve. You... Enraged by the suddenly sullying of her clothes, Gray swipes at 15's head with her other claw as she tries to free her left arm. However, when she pulls her right arm back, she is not met with any resistance. What? She immediately realizes her mistake. Gray easily retracts her arm while 15 also backs away swiftly. The claw causes even more damage to 15's body as it pulls free, but she does not care at all. You rabid beast. Gray is infuriated by 15's transgressions, but just as she has resolved to tear 15 apart, the doll has once again closed in on her. Her movements are so fast Gray can barely keep up. 15 picks up her knife and executes a backhand thrust. This time, Gray is prepared. With a flick of her tail, she knocks the knife out of 15's hand. You have no grace at all, as hideous as Narcissus. Anje! And yet, when Gray disarms 15, her tail also loosens its grip on Anje. 15 pounces and catches Anje midair. This has been her aim all along. Oh? Gray can hardly believe it. Did she really just have something snatched from her away by a doll with only one arm? Once she has gotten what she's after, 15 rode the momentum of her leap and charges straight towards the wall on the other side of the room without so much as a backward glance at Gray. Just before she collides with the wall, she turns ever so slightly to shield Anje from the impact that she crashes through. I did warn you. It's a little careless. She's smarter than she lets on. She's got some tricks up her sleeve, at the very least. Gray is still incredulous about her own blunder, but she has to admit that 15's performance was quite impactful. Don't underestimate Task Force Defy, or you'll pay for it. With Anja hanging over her shoulder, 15 executes a kick that instantly destroys the head of an intercepting Strelette as she turns the corner. I'm about 3 damage start. Her body is almost at its limit. Anje? Your kick is as powerful as a shotgun. It's just like Anje to crack a joke under these circumstances. But even 15 can hear the exhaustion in her voice. Stay with me, Anje. I'm getting you out now. 15 comes to an abrupt halt. Oh shit. As the menacing stares focus on 15, she quickly takes stock of the situation. She sizes up the enemy standing in her way. She looks back and sees that the other route of escape is also blocked by a large scythe. Rest for a while, Ange. 15 puts Ange down carefully on the floor. Ange's laborious breath is making her even more concerned. Her pistol has been left in the other room with her right arm. Same goes for her combat knife. Poor doll. I'm borrowing your scythe. Oh shit. 15 launches another incredibly fast kick that connects with Nito's abdomen. My scythe? The scythe whistles as it comes slicing down from above the white Nito's head. She falls back hastily to dodge the strike, but that was just a feint. Using its momentum, 15 swings at the scythe behind herself. Oh, there goes Black Nito. The Black Nito is just about to fire on 15 when she sees the massive scythe spinning towards her and quickly aims for it instead. Laser beam stops the scythe from reaching her, but just as the Black Nito breathes a sigh of relief, 15 is already right in front of her. Out of my way! 15 clamps her hand around the Black Nito's dainty head. Then, he hurls her right onto the floor. She's running out of time. Ange. Now that the way is clear, she just needs to go through two more corridors and she'll reach the exit. 15 picks up the scythe and turns around. Ange, who was leaning against the wall, is nowhere to be found. It's good that you've learned not to rely too much on your eyes, but you mustn't forget where your true strengths lie. What? At the sound of her former partner's voice, 15 whirls around and sees... Surprise! 15. Ange reaches out to 15 desperately. Her eyes are thick with blood dripping down her forehead. Her blurry vision, 15's crimson eyes dim and revert to their usual color. The impaled 15 clings to Gray's tail, her feet still planted firmly on the floor. This doll is so heavy, Gray cannot even lift her up. You have earned my respect. I never thought a doll could be so formidable. Now I understand Father's obsession with the Soviet technology. There's another doll in Task Force Defy who has once bested her in one-to-one combat. Good thing she isn't here. There are two dolls of such impressive power. My, this was supposed to be a desk job. Gray lets out a troubled sigh. Okay. 15's wrath is reignited at the sight of 16. As if to provoke her, 16 walks past her with a grin and picks Ange up from the floor. Catch me. Ange. 15 struggles desperately. She's still holding the Nito's scythe. She can't move. Gray approaches 15 slowly, her two claws glinting dangerously. He clearly has a surgery for AK-15. A gunshot stops Gray in her tracks. She turns toward the source and can scarcely believe her eyes. I've lost count of how many times I got taken by surprise today. Ooh. The human male stumbles around the corner, leaning heavily against the wall and holding a gun. He totters a little, which worsens his injuries. His face is deathly pale, and blood is dripping from the corners of his trembling lips. His mangled shoulder is wrapped absurdly with yellow strips of cloth. Dark crimson is seeping through the already soaked and dirty bandages. Their blood loss is more severe than what a normal human this time. Your body is also losing heat, which will soon sap your remaining strength. Even if I weren't a doctor, I wouldn't make the same observation. You shouldn't even be alive, young man. Having overcome her shock at Light's arrival, Ray starts casually, almost thoughtfully, studying her, as if she's making a diagnosis. So what compelled you to have come so far? Light? No! Put Miss Ange down. Light leans unsteadily against the wall of the corridor, his shin wet with the blood he just cut them. Mustering all his strength, he raises his remaining hand and pulls the trigger. Gray does not even bother to block the shot with her tail. Light is so weak he can't even aim properly at such a close distance. The round was fired into the ceiling, hitting nothing but the rickety chandelier. You have spirit. Perhaps I can bring out your true potential. Someone like you shouldn't die at a place like this. You dream of making the world a better place, don't you? The government you serve only cares about its own interests. But we are different. Everything shall one day belong to Paradise. We are the terminator of the old and the harbinger of a new era. And you have earned yourself a ticket. Light responds to the offer by firing again. The bullet brushes past Gray's hair, just an inch away from gazing her beautiful face. Put Miss Anjay down. I'm really sorry. With a sigh, Gray flexes her tail, ready to strike again. The fire in 15's eyes is rekindled again. She latches onto Gray's tail, and the exhausted motors in her body once again splutter into action. You're not going anywhere. I don't have time for you now, rabbit mutt. Exploiting the distraction created by 15, Light musters all his strength and charges at Gray. However, she rolls around faster than the eye can see. This time, she isn't taking any chances. She stabs her massive claw right through Light's chest and lifts him off his feet. No! 16 can feel Anjay going limp in her arms. She says nothing. You could have been so much more. Gray gazes regretfully at the body she is holding up and lets out a genuine lament. Light snickers at Gray's pity. Now, Miss 94! With one final burst of strength, he bellows a resounding command. What? Another doll suddenly appears, armed with her weapon and her rage, from the opposite direction. She has another claw! 15 shouts out a warning, and in response, 94's shots hit Gray with great accuracy. Her tail, which she often uses as a shield, is being held down firmly by 15. Gray loses her usual composure and clicks her tongue in annoyance as she prepares to toss Light aside and block 94's gunfire with her claws. But before she can do that, she looks back at Light. She sees that he has torn off his tattered coat, revealing the sash of jangling grenades tied around his torso. See you in the brave new world. A powerful explosion erupts right in front of Gray. Before she can react, 94 has already closed the distance, ready to deal the final blow. Go to hell! 94 has gotten so close there is no way Gray can defend herself. Having just withstood an explosion, she simply does not stand a chance against a well-armed elite doll at full strength. In the very beginning, the man's intention was just to distract her. I think 16 is gonna deactivate her. It was a sound strategy. We are on the brink of success. Oh, there it is. A strong electric current flows through 94's body. Jay. She just has to move another centimeter. 94 pulls the trigger, firing a round. A deployable shrapnel shield unfurls in front of Gray. The bullet bounces off the metal surface, producing a dismaying clang. 94 glares resentfully at her former partner and collapses to the floor. She has crashed. Gray looks down a little apprehensively at 94, who is just inches away. She then turns back to 15. 15 finally succumbs to the extensive damage she has sustained. Gray eyes the doll whose fire has burned out. She retracts her tail, letting the doll sink to the floor. 16 strolls out from the shadows. Was that you? I left back doors in the neural clouds. Why didn't you use them earlier? A hole card is only a hole card if you keep it secret until the right moment. 16 peers at the paralyzed 94 and shakes her head. You're pretty ruthless to your former friends. Nothing can be gained without sacrifice. Anji stares at the blood still dripping from Gray's steely claws. The cufflink in her pocket digs into her skin, stabbing her in the heart. You could have saved him. You could have... 16 looks up. Through the comms channel she has been monitoring, she can hear the law enforcement is finally responding to the attack. You're mistaken. She gestures at Gray, who nods to indicate that she is also aware of the situation. Andre realizes that 16 doesn't even deign to look at her as Gray's tail once again coils around her. Light's blood is still warm. It was you who could have saved him. Gray and 16 stride across this scorched earth strewn with wolf bodies and blood, and eventually fade into the distance. Breaking news. An intense shootout has broken out between two unknown armed parties inside a mansion in Berlin. As the violent confrontation near the city center gradually spirals out of control, the police doesn't seem to have the capacity to respond to this latest emergency. We will now hand over to Shadowless, our correspondent on the site. Wait till... oh my god. This is Shadowless, reporting live from the outside the mansion in which a shootout recently took place. As the police is completely occupied by the conflict in the city center, we can see that other than the emergency response team, there isn't a single police car here. The response team has discovered 6 bodies at the scene, but the causes of death remain unknown. Oh, the response team has found a number of human body parts. They have reported no fewer than 6 casualties to their headquarters. The identities are yet to be confirmed. We will catch up with you once we have more information. Main station. There has to be like an additional mission. It's kind of odd they're forcing you to do the elite challenge mission in order to continue. It's only 2 holes, right? Unless it's counting the missions normal. There's way too many. Should be hole 1, hole 2, elite mission. Oh yeah, okay. And the farm mission. And then this 23. Interesting. I honestly didn't expect you to have so much faith in my foolish big sister. The exit's just up ahead. You can't beat Dandelion. Really now. On the contrary, I don't think you'll be going anywhere. Ish. Got you. I've got you. Big sis, I got them. Oh no. Well done, Narcissus. You'll get a treat for this. Now, beat them up. Leave it to me. Okay. To expect. And I bet you she's hiding here. PMP grenades and shit. ESO boxes. Or ESO. This is gonna be such a shit fest. I might make an exception for the EX mission, or for the Elite mission. Because I've already beaten everything. So. Okay then, I guess. Why do I get the feeling this is almost like Operation Cube? Like RNG spawns. Yeah, but they still reduce the effectiveness. Like the damage. Okay, no, they should be dead now. Or not.
正義の裁きを受けてみろ。誰もギスグリフィンは絶対に復讐のチャンス。一時対策、メインフレームを守り抜いて。復讐だ。
That was like classic Mika strategy, basically. Yeah, like I said, I might use Coalition because I already did the campaign. Assuming there's not much left, which there shouldn't be. Maybe like story missions. Which I find it curious because I don't think ever before you've been stuck on a elite badge mission before you can proceed to the next chapter in the story. Whatever. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to do that ever since I started playing this. The fairies are just RNG. So. I can't increase the
運命の引き金を引くのだ。
chances of a fairy without spending like $200. So
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら狙い撃つ。お前ごとき
いいですよ。あなたを見直してあげますよ。
狙い撃
いいですよ。あなた
つ。我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら狙い撃つ。この同様雑魚に使う時間。狙い撃つ。我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら狙い撃つ。お前ごときが我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら覚悟の感じられない人間。お前ごときが
私よりいいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら無駄だ。雑魚に使う時間はないの。
いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。
狙い撃つ。
いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。完全な勝利。私からすれば当然の結果ね。
and I'm surprised they abandoned the concept of naming them after European knights. Anyways, I was like, okay, that's weird. Let's say our level. Okay, thanks. I mean, unless there's like 3 narcissists.
我は決して逃げぬ。
Oh, never mind. Yeah, I know what's.
解決できぬというのなら
やっと私の出番ね。
いつでも出発できるよ。準備を整えておきます。
Sorry, give me a second.
お互いおあいこだよね。
Why can't I see her? Wait, what? I'm guessing there's something around here. What the fuck? Or they have increased range. Very good. Of course she knows that. What a friendly looking enemy stack. I have to get on. Not even a strong. Oh no. So he's moving forward. Thought she was strong by herself, like.
正義の雨に裁かれろ。
邪魔をしな
まだまだですよ。
お前の罪を数え
その程度の覚悟しかないのなら倒れなさい。
これでバッチリです。負けないわよ。今ならまだまだですよ。
その程度の覚悟しかないのなら倒れなさい。
I didn't see the starlet.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解
That's
決で
looking
きる
grim.
というのなら狙い撃つ。
この後動揺させたいいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますね。
I fucked up.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら狙い撃つ。
お前ごときが雑魚に使う時間はないの。
油断した不注意だ。我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら狙い撃つ。
この後動揺させられると手加減はしない。私は
覚悟の感じられない人形だな。
あなたを見逃してあげますよ。敗北からの巻き返し、さすが指揮官です。
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら狙い撃つ。
お前ごとき雑魚に使う時間はない。もう進んですね。
油断した報いだ。
あなたを見逃してあげますよ。
逃げるところ結構加減はしない。完全な勝利。
I wonder why she takes so much damage this time. Oh, I guess the volleys landed all on her. Okay, dude. Someone's having a little too much fun in the team. And why isn't it mission over? Like mission failed.
我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら覚悟の感じられない。無駄だ。
いいですよ。あなたを見逃してあげますよ。
油断した武器。
完全な勝利。
I mean, it's been like almost 2 years since this event ran on old servers. No, it's like they can code defend Dandelion or defend X character, so they could do the same thing for the bombs. Like in a way, you have to defend them, but not really. But when they die, you lose. Either way, they didn't really have to complicate themselves with these objectives, so that was completely up to them. Yeah, basically.
「私は地図が読めない。どちらへ向かえばいい？」
Oh shit.
行くのか？私を忘れるな。
行くぞ。己が手で運命の引き金を引くのだ。我は決して逃げぬ。戦うことですが解決できぬというのなら、覚悟の感じられない陣形だな。お前ごときが手加減がもう安心。いいですよ。あなたをお願いしてあげますね。雨に裁かれろ。
邪魔をしないで。
まだまだですよ。
今ならまだ上々酌量の余地があります。
負けないわよ。まだまだですよ。
どうもお前の罪を数える。邪魔をしないで。
そこまでです。受けてみろ。
この面痛かった？まだ
今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリン。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。
ボンジュール指揮官。
たかがネズミどもに邪魔されるとはな。残骸を回収。
Put in the actual spot. Not only is the music turned off for some reason. Like the pathing this patrol gladiator is taking. Completely weird. So there's different.
たかがネズミどもに邪魔されるとはな。
And I can pick up both. And I could try to take this on, but these guys are gonna shred the alchemist. So I mean, to be honest, I think they also did the hidden path for Morido to start like moving towards you. Actually, I don't think I needed to use the first UMP, but I have to take that on.
「たかがネズミどもに邪魔されるとはな」。許さんぞ。たかがネズミどもに邪魔されるとはな。許さんぞ。たかがネズミどもに邪魔されるとはな。たかがネズミどもに邪魔されるとはな。
I know. I mean, I think I can still make it through. This mission has been so anticlimactic.
今の私はグリフィンに服属するアデリー。あなたたちに死を届けに来た。
Kind of surprised about the IG. Okay. That's it.
TP2000 です。ずっとあなたのそばにいますね。
Officially, I guess this is the end. Morido and Narcissus are hardly exerting themselves, but the AR team is still in dire straits as Paradise's soldiers swarm them in an overwhelming offensive. They cannot break through Morido and her forces' blockade to reach the exit. Falling back and facing Narcissus in their current state is certain death. And there are no other choices. Every path leads to a dead end. Commander glances at Dandelion, whose calm features carry a tinge of sadness. The only thing audible over the communicator is still static. I am completely out of ideas. I never thought I'd hear that coming from you. Is it over? There is no plan B. There is no way out. Are we going to die here? Are you scared? Hell no. Besides, we're all going to die together. This way, I won't have to worry about being alone. It's just... What? It's just that I won't see M4 and M16 again. Don't talk nonsense. We're about to die anyway, so let me talk all the nonsense I want. The Paradise's forces batter on the AR team's fragile defenses like the rising tide. Morido stands within the commander's sight. Beside her, Macklin's cold body lies rumpled on the ground like a rag. The commander glares at Morido with burning hatred. However, there is nothing they can do. How dare you hurt me so badly? Big sis, can I kill them all? I can kill them all, right? Yes, you may. Nimogen must be kept alive, but you can kill the rest and do whatever you want with them. That really pisses me off. Star takes out her pistol, her other hand holding her combat knife in a reverse grip. Even if I have to die here, I'm going to wipe that smile off her face. He's having a Joker move. The AR team's steadfast resistance has almost wiped out the Paradise forces. However, Narcissus and Morido still stand in their way, like two mighty peaks that cannot be scaled. Gulls have pushed their bodies to the limit. They stand in front of the commander and Dandelion, their bodies covered in fresh blood. There is still no response from the communicator. Do you regret going on this mission with me? Carrying out orders under your command has been the greatest honor of my life. I, on the other hand, regret not having a few more drinks with you. I want to see M4 and M16 again. The commander gazes at the overwhelming number of Paradise reinforcements, as well as Morido and Narcissus, who stand among them. Even if we die here, we will never succeed. There is no path for Paradise which does not end in its destruction. I'll see you in here. What a talker. I can see why Frau Ange likes you. Mordo sneers disdainfully. Your corpses will be buried here, relegated to the dust of history along with everything on this place, and nothing will even remember you. You are garbage that has been cast off by the times and ground to bits under the wheel of paradise. Your sacrifice will be meaningless, just like that of my foolish big sister. The commander clenches their fists. Maclean's life had far more meaning than yours. At least she chose to die as a human, and not a wicked monster that does the devil's bidding. Haha. Mordo shrugs, and her spidey-like cybernetic limbs twitch lightly. I will carve those words on your tombstone. This is it. Commander closes their eyes. Hello? Can you hear me, Commander? What? Is that a transmission? Please don't shout. I'm about to go deaf. Or things on your end. You did it? Well done. I knew you could do it. Commander, the jammers are all down. The blue light in the base instantly goes out. The jammers, which once glowed brightly, have now reverted to their original inert state. But of course, who do you think I am? So, what's the situation? I'll fill you in later, 45. All I can say is that it's payback time. I don't quite get it, but I'm expecting 10 times the user rate for this. I'll give you 20. Dandelion? I never really appreciated. As the jammers go silent, Dandelion raises her head. How good this actually is. Dandelion's eyes flash, and the overwhelming hordes of Faraday's troops suddenly freeze in their tracks. The next moment, forces that were going to roll over the AR team simultaneously point their guns at themselves. Well done! Great, carry on! Now, the shoe is on the other foot. The floating blades around Narcissus all light up at once, and the simultaneous blasts reduce the massive Paradise forces into a little more than a meaty sludge. What's this? You think you're going to turn the tables just like that? You have no idea how much planning went into this, do you? In order to capture Nemogan, I've accounted for every possibility. So the jammers went down. You think I didn't expect that to happen? What? The AR team, the bereft of ammunition and supplies, fighting against Narcissus and me. You think you can protect Nemogan? Or would you like to try hacking us? Mordo sneers mockingly at Dandelion. Hey, Dandelion, do something! Dandelion's eyes have been blank ever since the first explosion. She stands frozen to the spot, still as a statue. Did she crash? How could that be? Of course. Oh, come on. I actually thought you could put up a bit more of a fight. I told you, your struggles are meaningless. Meaningless. Everything you've done is meaningless. Just like Maclean's death. Mordo plants a foot on Maclean's face. Commander clenches their fists, unable to hold their wrath back anymore. It is not. It is not me. A resolute voice sonorously interrupts Mordo's derisive and the commander's angry reply. Dandelion raises her head. The light in her eyes has returned. There is still a different color to them. Nobody's sacrifice is without value, because by relinquishing their lives, they will be giving the living something even more precious. Dandelion? Oh, come on, are you still pulling that crap at a time like this? I don't care how many immunity... Furious, AR-15 whirls around to glare at Dandelion, but the moment their eyes meet, all her angry words die in her throat. She looks in those familiar eyes and whispers in a quivering voice. M4? What? Dandelion, M4? Enough with this charade. Exasperated by Dandelion's interruption, Narcissus commands all her floating blades to pivot and take aim at the commander. Don't worry, Commander. As Dandelion reassures the commander calmly, time seems to come to a halt around. The swarm of flying blades hang in midair, fixed in a place like a scene from a video cassette with a cut tape. What? Is that you, M4? I'm back. Oh, I guess that explains a specific EG from Funkdagger Recurrence. I must say that was a really good event. Wait, why is M16 here? Yeah, although I haven't done the like hidden achievement, and besides, I'm not gonna skip it. I never skip it. It was quite the ride. With these old lyrics. So M4 is officially back. I wonder what took her so long though. Maybe her body was closed from the teleportation. Or Olga's triggered maybe M4's personality, Lunasia's personality. I guess this song is over, right? It's on loop. Oh, it's not over yet. I was lied to. In the Griffin base, where the Paradise special drill is still in progress. Hey, squad, puzzle. Squad puzzles, ferocious firepower devastates the last Paradise unit. It's over. Amazing, we're just amazing. I'm so touched. Whew. After 382 failures, we finally squad puzzle huddled together in a group hug. The door of the safe house flies open, and Desolate runs out with great enthusiasm. This is great, this is awesome! You finally did it! You finally made it to me. Just as SL8 is about to jump into Squad Puzzle's group hug with arms outstretched, VHS coldly shuts her down. Still? Stop. Huh? Commander, we've completed our training. There's no response over the comm. Commander. The entire base is busy outside the training ground. Nobody notices the cheering and celebrations in here. Is the commander busy with something else? That's possible. The commander is usually very busy. Hey, I got a group message. Did you guys get it too? The dolls all check their own communicator. Maybe it's some kind of notification. We'll put it on the main screen. There's a video clip. A girl in a white dress shyly walks up to the camera. Hello, my name is Macklin. The girl nervously tugs at the hem of her dress. I'm very thrilled to meet everyone at Griffin. Though we haven't officially met, I hope we'll all be able to be for real someday in the future. The girl lets out a quiet sigh, as if haunted by some memory. Actually, the word future has always scared me, because I've always thought that the future only had bad things in store for me. But when I think about meeting all of you in the future, I suddenly realize that maybe the future isn't so bad after all. The girl's eyes flicker with some kind of emotion. It might be hard for you to understand this feeling, but it really means a lot to me. Thank you, all of you, for giving me a reason to look forward to the future. I hope we'll get to meet each other soon. The girl smiles and waves. The video ends. Who is she? She's super cute. I don't know, never seen her before. I think she called herself Macklin or something. Looks like she'll be coming to the base soon. Future colleague then. Right, I'm going to report our training results. Dismissed. VHS, I've got something to tell you. Soleil hurries off after VHS. On the training ground, the image of the smiling girl remains frozen on the main monitor. I was always curious about why this, why the image looked like M4, but I guess it's self-explanatory. Oh shit.
復讐だ。
Oops,
復讐だ
I forgot. Not gonna lie, this game almost pulled a Webley moment on me. Um, oof. For a little more context,
スペクトラ M4 正式に入隊します指
I'm
揮
just
官
gonna say
歓迎会とかないの
that so on PL was my like first major event, and when Webley sacrificed herself,
デスクをきれい
ただいまちょろいもんだ意義な
ただいまみんないるただいま指揮官次の2だ
任務完了。ご報告いたします。指揮官様、行ってきます。
I cried like a baby. So yeah, that's what I mean with
黒いのを見かけたけ
this campaign almost pulled a
指揮官次の指示を
polarized light on me.
もし指揮官が私に興味を持てなくなってしまったならいつでも代わりを
On
探
multiple
していいの
occasions.
よでも
I think the first
指
one
揮官も
was
分かってい
with
るでしょ
Elsa.
私以上に優れた
Which is-
選択肢なんてない
I
こ
would
と
say the most obvious. I guess the next one would be with Light. I was not expecting him to die. Especially because I think he appears in future PVs, and I thought, oh, I think I'm not mistaken. Oh, then maybe he makes it. I was not expecting him to die, especially not in like the amount of detail they give you. If campaigns ever get animated, or that includes an OVA, OVA,
だからには
um,
早速仕事を始めましょう
this is honestly going to be one of the best OVAs ever made.
お姉さんもういいですよ全然
Like many people didn't like the anime because it was indeed a low budget anime. But when you think about the beginning of the story and you compare it to literally anything that came after chapter 6, chapter 8, chapter 10, so on and so forth, and that includes like deep dive and stuff like that. Like it wouldn't make sense why they would spend so much money animating, like objectively I would say, the most boring parts of the story, or not boring necessarily, but at the time you don't, like when you reach chapter 6 you don't know where the story's going, but you feel like something's gonna happen. Of course then at the end of chapter 6 it happens and you're like, oh shit, like okay, this is taking a turn, like the build-up is finally paying off, right? Can't recall exactly what happened in chapter 7, but then you reach chapter 8. Yeah, like literally the story just keeps getting better and better and better. Like this event, like I would say when you get to Singularity and the end of Singularity, like you know like this game has a lot more to offer. That's literally it. Like it does deliver, I would say, in every single campaign. Many people hated PL. I suppose that's especially because of how in the older servers, or at least I've heard a lot of backlash, it was divided. But honestly, like for my first event, it was something else. Like my only experience in mobile games so far had been like character collectors, when I played Ghost Frontline, I was like, wait, mobile games have stories? And yeah, like, it certainly does. And people kept saying like, oh, Mirror Stage is like the next climax in the story, and I'm like, well, I don't want to hype it too much, because if you hype too much, like, if you raise your expectations too high, then none of that comes to fruition, and you're like, well, this was shit. Which leads me to a little parenthesis. I don't know when Mika is finally gonna get rid of these hackers. I think they fixed some of them. Like even, yeah, they're not taking damage with Parachute Fairy. Like, I don't think it's even possible. Maybe this stack it is, but when you get to this one, like, no, there's no way you're not taking damage. And with Parachute Fairy, like, what? Yeah, I know, like, Datasim also has hackers, and it's, like, MS sucks. Like, why? Okay, this one did take damage. I guess it's more believable. But, like, when you look at the first guy, I think... Okay, no. Even then, I think, like, 7 seconds is with this team? Like, especially when you look at Sniper Fairy damage, there's no way she deals less than 100k. Just no way. The boss itself has, I have a clear around here. I think it's 480,000. Oh, even more, like 500k damage. It's like, yeah, there's no shot. And maybe they're trying to make it more believable by saying, oh, look, we did take damage. But in fact, it's like, no, there's no way you completed this this boss with this team. When you especially when you take into consideration specifically how Narcissus works. She always goes after the with her special ability after the highest daily damage dealer, highest DPS. That's like, of course. I don't know, like the damage from their HOCs, stuff like that. It's like, no, no shot. But yeah, like that kind of takes away from a little bit from the experience of this mode. I don't know if Japan has the same thing, but I mean, of course, like that's what they do. They try to make these lightly believable echelons. Like back with the Yanshin Shan my double dropkick event, I think they always use the same echelons except Colibri, which obviously wasn't released back then. But and G11 because she didn't have mod 3. But, like, these people seems kind of suspicious to me. Like the damage they dealt would not kill the boss. No shot. Because like when you look at my Sniper Fairy, wait, I used taunt, sorry. This one. 230k. Like, and I was trying to replicate the same teams. I was like, oh, let me check the same, like Lille with her skill against bosses and stuff. Even then, it was like, oh. Anyways, continuing on with yeah, still, it's like kind of weird. It's like when you see in combat simulation the datas, some people will go like, oh well, you can just replicate what they're doing. And it's like, yeah, I've tried, but like not enough. Yeah, continuing on, yeah, Mirror Stage almost made me cry. I had to keep my, I was trying to keep my my senses that I was reading, especially streaming, but yeah, it was really good. And I'm really curious to see where Konkage leads to. I'm glad to see some familiar faces.
指揮官、
The event
これは私の欠席届です。
without context,
ご許可をお願いします。
heartless. Although to be fair, I think it's always been like this.
指揮官、次の指示を。
So 16. This one's 404, 404. And M16 kind of appears in the end, but you don't know it's M16 yet. With 45's memories. Singularity is all about M16 basically. And CT, she doesn't appear that much, I think. Isomer is also about her. SC is not about her. She doesn't even appear here. The PL also is hers. So it's like every basically one event M16 appears. So it's I'm kinda interested in seeing what she's up to and why M4 suddenly is back. Which then leads to the question, like the assumption that her main body was destroyed. Same with Elisa. Especially after some CG involving M16.
指揮官、
But
デスクをきれいにしといたよ。次
um
の仕事はちょっと寝てからでもいい？
yeah, again, I'm gonna be trying ranking in the future. Hopefully with more than a week's notice or a week remaining. Because shit happens in the ranking, so the submarine base made M416 notice. Yeah, my assumption is that they got teleported. So my assumption is that the teleporter was somewhere near Germany, specifically somewhere around Berlin, and that's how M4 could maybe regain or take over Dandelion's body. Because M4 did merge with Elisa at the end of PL, so most certainly she overwrote Olga's main system, because it's like, hey, we have more control over your system yourself, so maybe something along those lines. But yeah, so far Elisa and M4, you could presume they're dead. Because if M4 took over Dandelion's body, then you can hope for the not M4. M4's body, at least. But yeah. Hopefully it won't take 8 months for Konkage to release. Fingers crossed. Because last year was pretty shit with events, I'm not gonna lie. And I don't mind waiting 8 months. I just like want consistency in the pacing.
指揮官、デスクをきれいにしといたよ。
I think that's pretty much what everyone's asking for.
次の仕事は
Because Japan also used to have a really shit pacing. I think until maybe the year before, like 2020, was when they started getting out of Operation Cube, I think it was. Now they're mirror stage. At that pace, I don't think they could have recovered that quickly. The pace they were originally.
指揮官、今日の仕事はもう決めた？
But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a day. Maybe gonna finish farming the
私一人で十分。
cache cash boxes.
私にできるこ
But
とは
I don't think I'm gonna
ここ
stream
ま
that.
で
It's,
みたい
it really is boring. Like especially this event. I really hate farming crates in this event.
来たからには
It's like they focus so much on the story that they
今日の仕事は
like
もうそれじゃん
overlooked some of the gameplay things. Because back then you could farm crates
私にでき
in
ること
several
哦
は
missions,
ここまでみたい日本語は
especially like in Polarized Light and Dual Randomness. There were like specific missions people are like, yeah, you can farm these here. They were pretty easy, but they were not like EX missions. Or I think they weren't even like farming missions. Not sure. Some of them were. But others were like, oh, survive 2 turns. I was like, okay. Just move 2 turns, that's it. But that's kind of disappointing. I hope it gets better. And even then, like, the farming missions are pretty weird in this stage.
指揮官
I have gotten lucky with the drops. I was in some cases I've gotten like 4 KSVKs. That's without using anything. I've been farming more this map because since I haven't finished chapter 4 yet, I couldn't farm for Savage. But now I think farming another 5-star would be pretty good. Although I can see the meta of the game is changing. Like, I don't really like playing for meta, but I want to be ready just in case. Because again, for meta you would have to most likely spend money, like way more money than usual on like, or someone more casually would. Into very specific things, like for example fairies. But yeah, I'm kind of glad now that I think of it that they still rolled Sharkitect for the banner, despite like having last event said, oh, we're not gonna roll Gauger because the meta and other bullshit. It's like, okay, whatever. But granted, I believe we don't have like the ranking competitions because of that. So, like, sure, some people really like tuning into those things, but you already have like a ranking system specifically for ranking. Then it's like you don't really have to focus too much on ranking. Because again, ranking is for a very limited number of people. Like, yeah, you already have this. Interesting. Wait, did they get banned? It's weird. Oh, never mind. I was like, okay, that was weird. Hello, somehow. Cosplaying as Mardo. Based. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why I love this game is because for a mobile game, you don't really have to spend money on anything. Especially when the game's kind of generous with the gems initially. The game's still gonna loading screens, most likely it's gonna crash. But yeah, like it's a huge RNG. Oh, never mind. The point of difference in just one RNG plus yellow dot, 1.5 million. Oh, yeesh. But yeah, like, let people enjoy ranking the way they want, and I'm glad they also changed the way the rewards worked, because honestly it was, yeah, it crashed. But it got kind of boring, like trying to keep up with the main player base or the main players, and then you're like, well, I guess there goes my fairy. Like, well, shit. I don't know if they're gonna do the same for every event, every plus. Like, supposedly we might get ST plus before Arctic Warfare because of something related to the code from Arctic Warfare being so old that they may need to rewrite a lot of things before we get that. I'm trying to open the game again. But like, yeah, for example, if we ever get to SC plus, then I really hope to be able to get a Beach Ferry. That's objectively one of the best, if not the best, ferry for especially fighting death stacks. Like, I want to be able to fight death stacks without having to think about, oh, I'm gonna use coalition units because it's so fucking strong that I don't have anything to deal with that at the moment. So I think overall what I'm like under help on player progression is that ferry is still very hard to get high inequality at. Yeah, like I thought like it would be pretty easy once you get to like 3 stars, but when I have a command ferry 4 stars. It's my only 4 stars as of now, and it takes a lot, especially with like the lack of frequency with events, because for example we had to wait 8 months between PL and DR, and what happened was we didn't get enough prototype ferries, so it's not like they filled it in with something else that could also give us command prototype ferries in case those are the things you're trying to use to level up your ferries. Otherwise, you just have to launch so many resources into heavy production that you might as well not even try that, because you're just gonna good luck, honestly. Because even with ferry like chance increase and stuff like that, things, it's like a hoax basically for some people. So yeah, pass event ferry and spec are still not obtainable outside of ranking war pass. Yeah, like I really hope they either change the way you can obtain event ferries, or just in the rerun they change the way you get those, because like, yeesh. But I think there's a concept of that. Why aren't you building a ferry? And it's where they're not trying, they eventually build up. Yeah, and it's like super slow. I don't mind like having to pay for that, but like when you're competing in ranking, it's like, okay, how can I like ever keep up with this? So I'm kind of glad they're currently also looking for alternatives between making some maps more farmable than others in terms of ranking, versus oh right, yeah, I remember you're talking about the, I think they're also working on reworking ferries. Other than rating on it, just haven't finished. We've got a lot of people to finish ferry even with dupes. So I guess like the next event would be something like Polarized Slide, where there was the ranking map you had to use parachute to be able to help with, I think it was Angelia session. So that's interesting. What do you mean renting on it, like me? AT pool, no power zone, no. Yeah, like some maps also in this campaign had like implicit no para zones. It was kind of weird. It almost felt like a night map, but they weren't. So that's kind of weird. I don't know if they forgot to add the AAs, but or the no fly zones, but like you couldn't fly at them, at those heliports. So funny, the prototype ferries being solar gems is ridiculous. Yeah, it is. Like what I was saying, like especially with the frequency of events, it's not like collabs or even like reruns of seasonal events give you prototypes, but it's like, yeah, ranking up your
以前
Carries
と比べ
takes
て
a long
ですか
time.
さほど変わりはありません 完璧を
And
上
it's
回
not
る
cheap
のも
either.
ま
Like,
た完璧ですから
enhancing them costs quite a lot of resources. Yeah, I think the last one was Shattered Connection. Because Isomer, I think, was the first time they introduced them, and I think in SC there are some maps with AAs, but I think in PL you don't see that. Although you see the no-fly heli, so that's interesting. But in this event, you can fly to some heliports on maps, but they were not like tagged as you can't fly here. So it was kind of weird. Like I thought, oh, I could use parachute to capture this heliport. And then it's like, no, you can't fly it on this map. I'm like, what? Did I see no messages have it? Not sure. I see my do if I'm... Oh yeah, I think I also did SC, obviously off stream. I wasn't streaming, but I tried finishing it as well without using coalition units because it's like, yeah, it was pre-coalition, so it has to be possible. But I did have to look some guides for one of the maps. I don't remember. This one. Some of them it took me a couple tries, but I was also trying to farm. I think it's this map. Could be this one. I was trying to find strategies to kill the train, like Gustav. With fucking M4, it was really funny. Roll Talon. Could be this one. One defender quarantine wall has some on purpose. Yeah. It was kind of funny though. Oh, not in game, sorry. Oh yeah, it's this map. Fuck this map. Hate it with everything I have. I think this was the first map that made me look at a guide of this campaign. Because the other missions you could like run around the enemies in some ways. But like this mission, like I used Seiya's mission guide because he had like 5 MGs. I was like, am I supposed to use 5 MGs for that? Like fucking bullshit. I could barely clear the stack before the Gustav started shooting. Good thing is, it's quite consistent. Like that mission is pretty consistent. There are some stacks of Minotaurs, but if you have Kano, they're really easy to take out. Because you could use 1 or 2 shotguns to put them on front, and the snipers are the rifles are gonna take care of everyone. There's also another stack of with like Serenities and shotguns and ARs, Cyclope. Yeah, like that's the thing. I didn't want to use coalition units because even though I enjoyed Isomer, like I used a lot of coalition units for some missions, and it was like a walk in the park. I was like, I'm not enjoying this, although I am enjoying the story. Yeah, I thought I'm trying not to use coalition units unless there's no other option. Like in DR, there were several missions where you had to use coalition units. And I was like, okay, then it's fine. They just how powerless you'll feel against those organized. Yeah. Although they are pretty fun to take out. Although if I had to guess, it kind of feel like artificial difficulty in a way, because it's not like you can't fight the train because of how strong it is. It's because you literally can't get to it. So it's like, well, that's interesting. That's another way of making bosses invulnerable. But I did enjoy having one of the cannons help you. I think it was Apple who did like a, I don't know if it's like an artificial map that you can make, but they had like every single HOC unit, including coalition units that can work as HOC, on a single map, and it was like only 10 seconds, not more, of all the units that you could use. The
早速仕事を始めましょう。
the
指揮官様、
the friendly train was
先に
also
お食事。
there.
指揮官、
It's kind of funny.
デスクをきれいにしといたら。
Um,
次の仕事は
but yeah,
ちょっと寝てからでもいい？
like I hope I can eventually get Beach Ferry, because when I first saw that, I was like, oh shit, it must consume like 5 command points, and then I saw it only consumed 1, and I was like, oh, what? Especially because I want to farm MG4 regardless of what people say about her. Some people say she's trash, but the only guide I've seen for farming this this map was with Beach Ferry, so I could try maybe with Sharkatuk. It's usually the closest thing now to Beach Ferry, but the problem is like these enemies have so much armor, like it's ridiculous. Yeah, like look at this. It's a really stupid echelon stack, but this unit is armored. Quite the understatement of the century. Yeah, like these two are super stacked. Like where were these guys in every single event regarding the military? It's kind of funny. It is annoying, but also kind of fun to fight them. Yeah, some of them have the pilfer, others like are just stacked. There's nothing else to them. Yeah, I also enjoyed that chapter 13, even though it came out as like a method of finishing PL officially, because COVID came around in China, they had to like abort completing Polarized Light in one go. Which is also, I think, one of the reasons why Dual Randomness came out as 2 parts. Despite Mirror Stage being the longest, it still, I think, came out as a single part. Pilfers 2 fight 1 shot normally with collision. It's scholarship. I mean, I guess, but I mean, I also like, it is very different, especially if you want to follow the story in chronological order. But you could just grab a friend's echelon, bolster through, I think, most of the chapters, maybe until 10. Because to beat the Hydras, you need like specific people to make it easier, and some friends don't have those. Because either they're not meta anymore, or there's other alternatives, or you already use them. But yeah, something I also enjoy about this game is that generally it's like PvE. Like most hero collectors are always have a very strong PvP audience, and it becomes like a pay to win kind of shit, and it's like, okay, if you don't invest your more than your life savings, I think your kidneys, you're not gonna get too far, and it becomes annoying really fast. Yeah, this game doesn't really have that. It is an RNG fest, but you could spend $2 million in the game, and I'm gonna be honest, if you still don't get a single doll from every like including heavy production, you have really bad luck. Yeah, it's pretty free to play friendly. I've heard people say the same about I would like if they updated this. If you play in other servers, like in Taiwan, and in this section they have something really nice, in which it's like an update tab. You can like click in these small updates, and they give you information about everything that's coming out, or going on a specific date, instead of just notice. It's like kind of weird. Looks like we're trying to production goal is 6, 5, 6. Ooh, I believe that was a long time ago. Oh, you mean skin badge? Alright. Must have been. I think there was a recent badge with C93 as a skin, with a skin. Can't remember which, honestly. I'm gonna show something really quick about my tokens. Yeah. I'm saving for the Mecha Gasha. Hopefully it comes out early. I just want Hanyang. Like a fucking handgun. Rate up is a scam, although I do trust rate up. I enjoy the focused production. I wish they could do that a little bit more. More frequent, I mean, often. Because I think that's one of the best things they could do. When I was playing in the older servers, I was like, oh wait, what's this? And I was like, oh shit, you can now quote unquote focus any doll you want, but it's really like a limited supply of 5 stars. But I wish they could do that with pretty much every single doll, and work similarly to IOP special contract. Maybe increase the like actual drop, like to 100 or 50 or something like that, if not a little bit more. But make it weekly. Like if you didn't complete it, then you still have to finish that one before you can focus on another T-doll and stuff like that. Because some of the shotguns, like spending 8k for every single thing, and shotguns have like 1% drop. It's like, yeah, that's kind of nasty. Especially when shotguns have become pretty, I wouldn't say meta, but pretty useful. Before I used to struggle a lot in trying to use a shotgun, because I generally saw them like only with MGs. But then I realized, like, hey, actually it's kind of dumb to use shotguns only with MGs. Because even though it's unorthodox to use them without, in Shattered Connection, it was when I noticed that you could use indeed shotguns with other teams. Because I used 2 or 3 shotguns, I think it was 2 shotguns, for the Minotaur stacks. Because Minotaurs deal jack shit for shotguns. I was like, oh wait, this is actually kind of nice. And use them for main tanking units. Of course, the Serenities fuck them up anyways, but those stacks rarely have those. The ones I'm specifically talking about. I want Deagle. Yeah, Deagle's amazing. Although Mika knows this, and they like actively work against that. I'm kind of curious if I could use her with the, instead of maybe HSTK or E22, for the Will of Pathos. Like when they get the shield, if Eagle could one-shot them. Especially defenders. What's Quill, but I can't remember. Patmos. Will of Patmos. Like when they get the second buff, or their official buff, if Deagle can reach the shield and one-shot them, or deal heavy damage. Oh right, I didn't fight her. I'll have to go out. Especially when this event goes before this event goes away. Because even older servers don't have this event, so
来た
it's
から
gonna
に
take
は
a long
早
time.
速仕事を始めましょう。
Yeah, I think
私の過
we've
去が気
ranted
にならな
long
いの。
enough. So I'm just gonna leave it there.
もう少し気にしてよ。
As I said earlier, later I'm going to try ranking, see if I'm able to make sense out of it. Because it does look pretty friendly now with the new reward system. Looks a little bit more chill.
指揮官、次の指示を。
Oh, it's here. But yeah. I will say this is pretty mediocre for like 10 million. Is it 10 million? Yeah. Like 400? Like you're gonna have to invest a lot more to get 10 million if you want to start from scratch. If I'm being honest, like my goal is this one. Watuga Aspect. But it wouldn't hurt to go for more. Yeah. So thanks a lot for stopping by. And I hope you have a great day. Yeah. Peace.